to you on this beautiful day, Lord, that you've provided for us. Father, we thank you for all the many blessings that you provide to us. We thank you for the times you're in our lives when we don't even realize you're there taking care of us. Father, we pray that you bless each person here tonight, Lord. Bless the families, bless the schools, bless our staff, and all of our students. Lord, we pray that you bless us to do the things that would be best in the sight of you, and that everything we do might benefit your kingdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I'd like to call this meeting of the Columbus County Board of Education to order. We'll start by adoption of the final agenda for tonight's meeting. You gentlemen had a chance to review it.
Yes.
I make a motion that we adopt.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting the final agenda, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We have 5 different sets of minutes to approve. We've been together a lot here lately, so if I can get a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Dr. Strickland. Any comments or questions? Any discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
We have lots of guests here tonight, and I appreciate them all being here. We'll recognize some of them in just a little while, our cheerleaders from West Columbus and one from South Columbus. We also have some parents and community members here about to see some of our decisions that are being made a little later on. And we have a couple of principals here. But I appreciate everyone coming. There are several people in the audience today, and thank you for being here.
Thank you all. Any public comments?
We have 2 signed up for public comments for this evening, and each person will be allowed 5 minutes to present their comments. The first is Heather Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm back. This time, I don't know if y'all remember me, a few months ago, actually it was at Chabbard. But, I went to the forum last month and didn't get my concerns addressed there. But my main concern tonight is, and I'm not sure when the consolidation happened, if it's just East Columbus, that the middle school kids are in the same building as the high school kids. I know some of them are in trailers or whatever, but East Columbus are actually in the same building. And from my understanding, when they did the consolidation, they would be kept separate. That is not the case. I have an 8th grader. So he's a few months, he'll be in high school, but still for the upcoming kids, there's no separation. They all go to gym together, they're in the hallways together, and it's a big problem from what I'm being told from the teacher's standpoint, keeping the kids, because when you got 7th and 8th graders with 11th and 12th graders, they don't mingle well. There's just a constant discipline problem with them. I also I weren't sure where the completion of the gym was, getting the lights turned on with that. If they've got it done yet or not, I'm not sure. Every time we ask, I'm on the advisory board at East Columbus, and we can't ever get any clear answer as to how long it's going to be before that gym is accessible for the middle school students. And something I was told today is that the baseball, and it may be the same for other sports, I was just told in regards to baseball, but like they won't buy equipment when they put in, like, and I actually reached out to Randy on February 25th to see about having a community meeting at East Columbus for the parents to come out, ask questions, speak with the board, some of the board members be there, Falk be there, teachers be there, just to kind of, because it's just, there's a lot going on, there's a lot more questions than we're getting answers. A lot of people say they reach out, they can't get any responses. It's just chaos. So I don't know, and I think there's, like I said, there's a lot of concerns, but if maybe that was brought to my attention by another advisory board member, that if we could have some kind of community meeting at East Columbus, that might help ease some of the parents' concerns and answer a lot of their questions that they can't get answered otherwise. And I think that's it. That was my main thing, is just the middle and the high school and that type of stuff. All right. Uh-huh.
Chaos you're talking about.
Is it with communication or is it with, within the school itself?
I think that a lot of the parents are just aggravated because they'll reach out or they'll send an email, whether it's to a board member, a text message, or to someone at the school. And I mean, I'm myself, I can go on my phone and look and see where I sent several and never got a response. It's just sometimes you'll get a response immediately, but then sometimes if it's a little more touchier subject, it's just like it gets pushed to the side. So and I know we had some problems last month with the 8th graders, some discipline issues. A lot of that arose from them being intermingling with the high schoolers as well. Not being where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. They're being found in the gym when they're supposed to be in their class, or they're down in the high school bathrooms, and it's just, there's no way to keep them separated is what I was told. So I don't know how that can be addressed and be fixed for the middle schoolers coming up.
We do have the same situation at West Columbus as well.
You do?
So,
Okay.
yeah.
I weren't sure how theirs was set up.
They're, I think, everything really from 4th grade up through 8th grade are in the same building.
Mm-hmm.
So, that is the case there as well, so.
But yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Angel Simmons, I'm sorry. After that.
Hello, how are y'all? So I have a little bit of the same concerns, maybe just worded a little bit differently. So a few weeks ago, our 8th grade went on lockdown. There was no communication with any parents. Children had to come home and tell parents that class was on lockdown. What I mean by lockdown is you don't go out of your class all day long. That is unacceptable. I'm not okay with it. There's many parents, I wish that were here. They're not okay with it either. I feel like it's important to express that concern to y'all. The reason for it being, I did contact the board. I did contact the administration at East Columbus. Did not receive any return phone calls, but then after an email to the admin at East Columbus, I did receive such emails explaining that the children were put on lockdown because they were misbehaving, which I still couldn't get clear enough explanation what was considered misbehaving. And I understand that because I think we have a huge problem with the fact that God and discipline has been taken out of these schools to an extent, because these children, not all children, but some children don't know how to act and they're very disrespectful, and I completely understand that. But they need to be held accountable for their actions and have consequences for those. And I don't think the solution is fair that you shut down a whole 8th grade, punish them, didn't send them to gym for a week. As far as I know, they have to have physical education every day. I don't know where some of these children are. I don't know their home lives, and I know it's not my business, but with children not being able to interact and switch classes, I think that's a big concerning issue. And I was told through the grapevine it was because they were making a food tower with their plates or something in the cafeteria. I don't know if that's accurate information or not, but it is concerning that these children are so out of control at the point that the teacher can't even teach. And if you have this going on, I think you should be able to send that child to the administrator and let them handle the situation, or send them home It's just not fair to punish all the children whenever it's just a handful of children causing the problems. Is that my time up? Okay. Yes.
That was my fault.
Okay, sorry.
That was something with online connection.
That's
so.
okay. And like I said again, I wish they would just, I don't know if it's in the principal himself, I'm not against him, but I just think he needs the support and the backbone to get these things done. He's trying to run 2 schools and it is hard. I can't imagine. But you have got to have people, like this lockdown was created in one day by the teachers is what I was told. That was not administrators' decisions. They did not communicate with the parents about this at all. And it's just, I don't understand. I wish we could just send the kids home or have disciplinary actions for them and separate the children accordingly. I don't know what the solution is. And I know it's not just an overnight fix, but definitely it is a concern of mine drastically. Yes, my child will also go to 9th grade next year, but the same children are going to go to 9th grade. So it's going to carry on. It's not going to be like we went to summer and it's not happening anymore. So, and then the safety of our school, just how safe is our school? When children are making threats and such, and we allow them right back in, I don't know how we go about, how do we deter which is just a running your mouth threat, or if it's a social media threat, or if it's you actually made verbal threats against staffing, teachers, such, administration, and then you're allowed to come back in and continuously be a student there.
30 seconds.
Okay. I think that's about, I would just consider maybe bell ringers. Teachers shouldn't have to go look for children in between classes. And for middle school, I was told there was no bell system. So if a child went off to the gym and they're supposed to be in their class, I feel like then that's the administrator's responsibility to discipline that child. And the teacher should not be taking her work time or her teaching time to go find a child and it cut into, learning time. So, okay.
One quick question.
Sure.
Ms. Simmons, you made a comment that you contacted the board. Was that an individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else have a question?
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
And that concludes the public comment side of the meeting that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Okay, special presentations and recognitions.
Yeah, so we have some great recognitions this evening. We have West Columbus's varsity cheer squad. They are here, and let me just read a little bit about their accomplishments this year. They are the champion in the medium varsity non-tumble game day division, and they had a bid to the UCA National High School Cheerleading Championship at Ashley High School. That was the pre-state event. Champion in the medium varsity non-tumble game day division, and second bid to the UCA National High School Cheerleading Championship at the UCA Regionals in Greensboro. They've been traveling a lot. Back-to-back state champions in the medium varsity non-tumble game day division, and a third bid to the UCA National High School Cheerleading Championship, and second place in the medium varsity Division II non-tumble division at the North Carolina High School Athletic Association State Invitational Championships in Raleigh. They had back-to-back state champions in the medium varsity D2 non-tumble game day division at the NCCCA State Championships, and they recently competed in the UCA National High School Cheerleading Championships at Walt Disney World in Orlando in the medium varsity non-tumble game day division. They also, Bailey Nance, Brooke Dyson, Anila, I am so sorry, Bellamy Bullock, Alyssa Strickland and Kaylee Smith were named All-American Cheerleaders at NCA Summer Camp. And Alyssa Kaylee and Anila, did I get it right that time? Performed with the UCA All-American cast at the Walt Disney World Thanksgiving Day Parade. Kaylee Smith made the 2021 NCCCA All-State Cheer Team and performed during the Summer State Games and will be attending Cheer Hawaii. Can I go as a sponsor? Or?
No, I'm going to be her.
Oh, okay. In June. So let me recognize these ladies for who's here with us and just tell you how proud we are of their accomplishments. That is great. We appreciate that you have represented Columbus County Schools and West Columbus very well. So with us we have Bailey Nance, Kaylee Smith, Brooke Dyson, Alyssa Strickland, Anna Ty Ivy, I don't know why I keep doing this, Anila Bellamy Bullock, Catherine Edwards, Anne Marie Butler, Aubrey Strickland, Grace Blackwell, Shaylee Jarvis, thank you, Azalea Dawson, Takia Mason, Gabby Harrison, Chloe Gordon, Jordan Newkirk, Lila Bullard, and Victoria Burge. And of course their coach, Tasha Dyson. So let's give these girls a big round of applause. Thank you so much. We are excited about what you all have achieved, and we hope you ended up having a good time in Walt Disney World at your competition. We know that you all worked really hard to get to this point, and you are commended for all of your hard work and effort that you put into your sport. It really is great. We do want to take a picture of all of you with our board members, but because there's such a large group of you, we'll have to go outside. So Mr. Jones is going to take the picture.
We got one more. Do we want to do the next trick?
We can do that. We can do that. We'll call up our one other person. So we'll let her come up. You all can just let her kind of squeeze up here into the center, and then we'll go outside and take our pictures. So we have Rachel Duncan, who is from South Columbus High School, and her coach, Mary Gore. And she was recognized as an all-regional cheerleader. And we want to say congratulations to her. We appreciate that. We know it's hard work and a lot of time as well on your part to become an expert in your sport. And we appreciate that. Congratulations to you as well. And I don't know if we have parents. Do we have any parents here from West Columbus? We do have the parent of Rachel back there. We have some parents. Thank you. We appreciate parents and their support. We know that it takes a lot of time and effort on your part as well to provide the opportunity for your children to participate in athletics. So thank you. So, you what? What'd she say? Oh, okay. All right, so if you all want to step outside with the board members.
Can we do it right here on the steps?
He says it'll be easier out here.
All right, just don't put me in the sunlight.
Okay. So if you ladies will come out this way, we'll take a picture. Are you the manager? Yes. You the manager? Yeah.
She's the one going for a walk.
I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
And just so you know, Rachel is also going to Hawaii. So we've got 2 students who are going to compete in Hawaii.
Like I said, I think the board chair needs to go. Don't you, Ms. Carter?
Thank you.
I think they might need legal help.
Well,
No, that would be the board chair. I may not want to come back.
I can take care of the business on the beach while they were training.
All right.
all right.
All right, moving on to curriculum instruction and accountability.
So we have Ms. Carter here to talk to us about summer school testing.
Okay, so we do have the opportunity to do summer school testing. And if we do summer school, the students that are not proficient, the students that make level 1 and 2 on the EOG and EOC have an opportunity to take the tests. If they are proficient, then that score does count in the performance composite. It does not count for growth, but it does count in performance composite. And the performance is 80% of the school's letter grade. And in previous years, summer school has definitely helped. It cannot hurt us, it can only help us. So we discussed it with the principals this past month, and the principals decided they did want to do summer school testing for this school year. And we have to get board approval and submit it to DPI by April the 1st. That's why we presented the form for this month. And your form does not have the dates on it, and the reason for that, we are discussing dates with the principals tomorrow, but we've already worked on dates, and the proposed date would be beginning on June the 13th and lasting until June 17th. But again, we will discuss that with principals tomorrow at the principals meeting and get their final approval on that.
So, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that the board approve to conduct summer school testing at the end of summer school on the dates that are determined by the principals tomorrow.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding summer school testing dates. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? I see that 9 through 12 is not checked, so it's just K through 8.
No, it should be. Do you see Math 1, Biology,
Yeah, I see,
English 2, and Math 3?
I
Those.
see all of that,
Okay.
so.
Yes, sir. That would be the high school assessments that are given. That
Okay.
end of course tests. Those are the 4 subjects that we would be able to test at the high school level.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. Any other discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Okay.
All right, the next item is a quote. Just to give you a little background, we have been for the last couple of months having conversations about the importance of having books in kids' hands, especially in the elementary and middle school, to really try to encourage reading, focus on the reading skills. We all know the lost instructional time that happened because of COVID, but in elementary school in particular, the more times that students read, the more often they read, even if they're a struggling reader, they will develop their reading skills. The more they can be involved with the text. And so one of the things that we are wanting to do is to send books home with kids so that they can start building their own home libraries as well. We're also working to, and we'll bring proposals to you about building classroom libraries. We've just used some Title I money to purchase more books for our media centers. We have books online, but holding the book is so much more than just, I mean, they like to open a book online and close a book. They don't really get into a book, but holding it, they seem to really get more into the book. Also, when you have more books available, it gives them an opportunity to find something that's really of interest to them, to encourage their reading. So this quote for about $154,000 will purchase books for pre-K through 8th grade, 10 books per student. What we'll do is send probably 3 of those books home at spring break, and then send the other books home at summer school, at the time of summer. There will be there'll be logs to go along with that. There are questions that parents can use to ask questions about the books so that they're interactive. It's not just send a book home and nothing happen with it. When we send them home at spring break, obviously the teachers will be able to have conversations with them when they come back and encourage their reading while they're at home. But we need to provide more opportunities, more time, more access to books for them to increase their reading skills. So I would ask that the board approve the purchase of these books for students to take home at about $154,000. We are paying for it out of Title I is where those funds would be paid from.
And they get to keep those books.
And they keep the books. Yep.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the quote of $153,379.26 regarding a program to send books home with students. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Strickland, second by Mr. Edwards. Any discussion?
I think it's a great idea that we have so many children throughout the county who have no literature in the homes. Newspapers, magazines, nothing at all. So that's a possibility. It's good.
Now, did the schools pick their books, or do other kids get the same one?
So this time we're just ordering the packs, but our intent is next year to set it up where kids will go around and they'll select their books. So we're going to, this purchase will happen at this time to send these books home, but then next year and we're thinking at Christmas time and spring break, and then in the summer that they will self-select books to take home.
On a side note, if I may, do the schools or maybe parents do anything with the Dolly Parton Foundation, the books?
We do have some students that participate
it's
with
free,
that.
you know.
It's free. They get a book
that's
every month.
Every month they get a free book.
Yeah,
Right.
and we do have some students that are participating in that.
That's something maybe the schools have talked to parents about information out there.
Yeah,
Good.
we probably need to do a push again. I know that we have before. I know when Kim was here, she pushed it. Kim Edwards, she pushed it a lot. But we probably need to do another push on that.
I would say share that on social media as well as the Columbus County Schools app.
Yeah.
So that everybody's aware of it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's going to help us get caught up.
Yep. Just need exposure. Need to
Right.
read and get exposure.
Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
It just hit me, Mr. Strickland. We probably need to say that Mr. Coleman is online. He is listening to the meeting and is able to, he can interject if he needs to. He can unmute, but he is there.
Okay.
So auxiliary services. Dr. Williams?
Okay, good evening. Again, just go over a few items. There's more than a few this board meeting, but just some invoices that have been paid. We have the Shostak Design. We have 2 at West Columbus School for February, $11,617.23, and the same amount for March. That is to the architect firm. Tabor City School, February, $13,859.24 for the months of February and March to Shostak Design. We did pay an invoice of $11,025.61 to Shostak Design for the design floor plan and specifications for and some suggestions for some of the other items that will be placed in our design of our new office building in North Whiteville. That plan, by the way, is behind me on that table if we get a chance to look at that either at the break or after the meeting. Of course, the top 2 items will be sent for payment and through the USDA loan. The bottom item is paid of our local monies for the new office design. We did get a let's see. Another invoice to Shostak Design was for the work they've done on the Williams Township leak remediation project and the Hallsboro Artesia Elementary re-roofing and related work there. That amount was $3,448.24. We did receive a pay app from Barnhill Contracting at the West Columbus School in the amount of $1,305,985.45, which was paid. Ty and Associates for their monitoring is $14,653. That amount, along with Barnhill, was paid out of USDA loan, and the Williams Township was paid out of local capital funds. Vincent Lighting Systems Company pay application number 5 was paid in the amount of $14,175.72, which was paid out of capital funds. We did receive an invoice from for payment from Monteith Construction for the Tabor City School in the amount of $926,927.21, and that money's paid out of the USDA loan. Now I say USDA now. It was sent through them. Now obviously some of the funding could have come from West Columbus. You know, we've just did our had our first drawdown from the needs-based lottery, and we do have some local monies contributed by the county commissioners. So when we send that, or when Benita sends that over to the county, they decide, but it all runs through USDA for Tabor City and West Columbus schools, regardless of what funds pay for it from here on out. We paid their application in the amount of $13,662.98. That's for the monthly monitoring and sewer bypass pump at the Tabor City School.
Now, is that one took care of? I mean, is that taken
That
care
one has, as I told you, we were running to the end of their contract payment, but if you recall, when we set up the bid for Tabor City, we had to time it for when the USDA closed out their year, and we could meet with the LGC, so that has put us over 3 months, and we do have a change order, which is coming up later for Tabor City. Item number 3, there is a request for that you approve a revised deed for the highway right-of-way at East Columbus and the voluntary donation of property at East Columbus. If you recall, we have approved a deed already, and when the new road is cut behind the school. They've done their survey work, they've done the measuring, and they realized that they did not have adequate storm drainage. They've had to add a couple of storm drains there on that road, and simply because they did that, they're recorded on the deed, so it changed the deed itself. So that we're asking you that you approve the new deed of right-of-way, and basically the change is they've added a couple more storm drains. And along with that, the voluntary donations remain the same, but we're asking that they be approved as well. So we need action on that, and try to answer a question if you have one. But basically, well, not basically, all that's happened was DOT recognized there was an adequate storm drain, and they had to add 2 more storm drains, a couple more storm drains there to make that right.
Jonathan, I know that there's currently an existing dirt road back there.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to be the direction of the,
Well, about where, I may still have a copy of the map, but about where that road starts is they're going to add the intersection there, what's going to be the Georgia Road. But it's going to not follow that dirt road. It's going to cut off there, and it's going to run right behind our campus there east. And if you recall, it's going to cut our property.
right?
And so we had to prove that. Then we had to, in exchange for the right-of-way that we granted them, they're going to construct a road connecting the back of our campus to the new highway.
Right.
But the road itself is going to run behind our school. It's going to break off from that dirt road. It's going to run behind our school, and it's going to join up with the power line right-of-way, and it's going to run that power line right-of-way all the way to Chauncey Town Road.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve. Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the revised deed for the highway right-of-way and the voluntary donation for NCDOT and at the East Columbus School.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the revised deed for highway right-of-way and the voluntary donation of property to NCDOT. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any further discussion?
Did they give any kind of timeline on that, John?
No, they did not. It will not be anytime this year. We're looking at maybe next year in 2023 before they start construction.
Yeah, they hadn't even started on the overpass yet.
No,
They're
sir,
probably
it-
going to finish that overpass at Boardman first.
Yes, sir. The wheels turn slow, but all the design work is now being completed. So
Okay.
we're looking at least a year before they start.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. And as just as a side note, as part of the holdup we had at the new building where the parent was questioning, this was a big piece of it. Them doing the survey work for the road going behind our campus, and Duke put us on hold because they wanted to move the power feed out of the woods. So, but we've got all that surveyed now, and we're really moving. But I'll give you further updates on that as well. But that's just a side note on that. The design work for the new road behind our school that would connect onto the Georgia Road is moving. I've been in talks with Ken Clark last week with some questions he had, so that's progressing on as well.
John, is there going to be any kind of problem with traffic coming by that building?
No, be very similar to South Columbus. There'll be a gate back there, so after the traffic comes in of a morning, they can go back and lock the gate. Of a weekend, anything, they go back and lock the gate.
How far
like we
will
do
that
at
be
South.
away from the school?
Well, the road will actually run right between the new building and the tennis courts, and I'm guessing it's probably 150, 200 yards back
Okay,
there.
so it'll be about like South Columbus?
Yeah, it'll be
About that
very
big?
similar. It's back there a pretty good ways.
Yeah, it concerns me regarding from a school safety standpoint with that being back there. I know the South Columbus
Yep.
gate usually stays locked.
It does.
They don't allow entrance in
No, sir.
during the
School
during
day.
intake or exit of school, correct?
No, sir. But
Now,
now,
I know we're planning on using that for this one simply because of the traffic safety, correct?
yeah. You know, in new designs, if you recall, the Tabor City School was originally designed to come off Wall Street and come up and run through our campus and exit off State Road. And, you know, we had to,
Right.
we had to call foul on that because that is just not a accepted design now with schools unless you absolutely have to. You want one entrance in, one entrance out.
Right.
But this is solely for when students leave. Well, it's for several reasons, but when students leave, once the overpass is constructed, students can leave out back of campus and go down Chauncey Town, and if they need to go back towards St. James Community, they can take a right, or if they need to go into Lake Waccamaw, take a left, or they can exit on 74 there and go on to Hallsboro if they'd like to.
Okay.
For ball games, same difference. They can leave out of several different ways, several different paths instead of going back out on Old Lake. And then, like I say, once the buses, if buses need to leave, they can exit campus and go out the back and go down that road and get on to Chauncey Town that way. But during the day, the gates would be locked. Once the buses have come in that morning, we would lock the gates, and then someone would unlock them that afternoon when the buses get ready to leave campus.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
But that is a concern. You don't want.
Well, I mean, I sit here and I think about West Columbus, and there's what, four
Yes, sir.
entrances and exits to West Columbus?
Yes, sir. That's not ideal with modern thinking, you know, since everything's happened now
Right.
with school safety. That's
Well, I
not.
know we had the lockdown that we had a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You know, none of the entrances or exits were barricaded.
Yeah.
So,
We don't have gates on any of those. No, we sure don't.
The Williams Township roofing
Okay,
project.
your item number 3. Back last year, we got a serious leak problem here at Williams Township on the middle school hall, and we took the drawings to David Clinton. Timmy and I did about 2 years ago, and he looked at them and he said, "Well, here, this is your issue," and he pointed out some things, and what he pointed out, and just a brief history, but the flashing that is on that parapet wall may not have been installed at all, or it may have been installed incorrectly. The weep holes are in the wrong places, but anyway, what's got to happen is that parapet wall has to be deconstructed. We have to put the flashing in correctly and brick that part. In addition, the roof, on the whole flat roof running the whole span, and I've been up there and it looks bad. It's not, that part is not leaking, but it won't be long. It's puckered and it's blistered and it's got to be replaced. I mean, we've been in the school now about 18 years, give or take, and so it's got to be replaced. We did have one meeting, and we had a bid and a bid announcement, and no bids were given, so we had a rebid. And we received one bid from Nations Roof in the amount of $287,500 to fix the roof and re-roof that flat part, tear down the existing parapet wall, or tear down the part to expose the flashing in there, fix it right, re-brick that, and there's an additional $10,000 to redo all the metal capping. And I've been up there and seen it myself, and it looks bad. That part does. So the total bid we're asking you to approve, or proposal, was $297,500. A year ago when we met, David's estimate, the architect, was $240,000. So given inflation and everything, even though this is one bid, we feel like it's a good bid. And so we ask that you approve the amount of $297,500, the contractor's Nations Roof. Now, they've done a few projects for us, and they've done an excellent job. And we feel like they'll do the same on this project.
And you
But,
are talking about the new main building, right?
We're talking about the new main building. Yes, sir.
Newer main building.
Newer.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve to move forward with the bid from Nations Roof for the Williams Township roofing project.
You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent regarding the approval of the bid from Nations Roof for a total of $297,000 for Williams Township School. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any further discussion?
And just a side note, this is a little more than we originally budgeted for, but we were able to move some money around in our capital to afford this project. So, you know, we're in good shape with it.
That was going to be my first question. My second question is going to be, with us just having one bid, can we move forward?
Well, it's a rebid. I asked that question too, but it's a rebid, and given the architect's estimates a year ago, we feel like it's a good bid. So I think we're okay since it's a rebid, right?
Because it's a rebid, he signed.
Okay.
Generally, you're right. We would, you know, we
We're going
would
to take just one.
now.
Right. Any further questions? All in favor of the motion on the floor, let it be known by the same sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. All right, number 5, we have a proposal from Dixon Wastewater Services to, we have, if you know, we have 2 filter beds. At Old Dock is one, and at Acme Delco Elementary is another one. And these have to be checked every single day. And we have to take samples. More times than not, we have to drive them to Wilmington to have them tested to make sure everything is functioning properly. Now, with the sewage coming online at Old Dock, we're getting ready to get out of the sewage business at Old Dock. But we still have Acme Delco Elementary School. We do have, we have to have one licensed wastewater operator, and we have to have a backup. Now, what has necessitated this is that our backup is retiring. And so we got to looking, and we found a company that will provide the service for $1,500 a month, which is going to actually save us money in time and travel over the month, the span of a month. Now, it's $1,500 a month plus the fees for testing. And Timmy says right now with Old Dock, they run around $200 a month. So once Old Dock is taken offline, it's going to be less than that. So we're asking that you grant the proposal from Dixon Wastewater Services to provide the filter bed maintenance and treatment at, which is basically going to be Acme Delco Elementary School. And we were asking that you grant this proposal from Dixon Wastewater Services.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the proposal from Dixon Wastewater Services.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent that we approve the proposal for Dixon Wastewater Services. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion?
So this takes our people away from it.
This completely takes us out of the sewage operation business, which will be our you can probably hear them screaming at the maintenance department when this is done. We're out of the well business now. You know, we were in the water business, but we're out of that. And once this is done, we'll be out of sewage business too, and we're happy.
Okay. What's
Very
the
happy.
length of the contract, Jonathan?
It's year to year.
Year to year?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. Year to
so if our grant goes through and we are able to,
we can cancel it.
we can cancel the contract with no problems.
That's right.
Okay. Is there a limit on the testing costs?
Yeah, it's around, he said it was, oh, yeah, we pay $1,500 a month to the company plus the cost of the testing, and that generally runs around $200.
Okay.
But that's with Old Doc. Once Old Doc is offline, we're just estimating to be half of that. I mean, we're just saying, you know, we feel comfortable it'd be about $100 a month.
It's the fee issued from the state is who, that, the testing fee is from the state.
Yes, that's environmental
Okay, so
from the
that's a
state.
state fee.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that was my concern.
Oh, okay, yeah, we have to take samples, and we actually have to carry them to Wilmington. Our guys carry them to Wilmington to have them tested, you know, so, I mean, there's a lot of time and expense we're gonna save in time and travel.
And miles on vehicles.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Number 6, part of the ESSER funds, well, I think the main push behind ESSER money was loss of learning. There was a lot of things, but Dr. Meadows, she's gone over in her town hall and other presentations, bonuses and things like that. Well, one of the things that are really going to benefit our students and staff in their health is air purification. We're in process now of bidding out the replacement of like older window units and some older duct work that is really really going to improve the air quality. And part of this effort is a lot of study and a lot of presentations we've had over the last few years with some air purification companies. And since ESSER's come about, you know, we'll get an email a day from a vendor. And we've hosted a lot of them, and a lot of their products are, you know, seem very well that they will do the job for us. But Timmy well, it's mainly Timmy, but he's done a lot of research and presentations, and we have a proposal that we would like for you to consider and give us your blessings and vote for. But 2 units. And I have a picture of them, and I'll circulate them. One is a wall mount unit, which would go in all of the classrooms where we are not replacing the system, which is right at 250 classrooms. Now, and then there's a unit that's a standalone plug-in unit, and we would like to order 50 of those. And basically what they would go for is like if there's a concern out there with an issue in Columbus County, we have humidity issues every now and then. And these units, that we would take that unit and put it into a classroom or an office area, and basically it would be, like we say, it would plug in. These models, especially the one you see, the plug-in are used in operating rooms now, but maybe a bigger, stronger unit, but it's basically the same thing. And what they have in there, they have, both of them have the UV lights in them, and they have the ionizers in them. Basically, they neutralize the particles in the air as they circulate. The UV lights would not be, they're inside of the unit, so they can run 24 hours a day and not be harmful to our eyes. And we've got 4 quotes from the different vendors for the exact same product. And the lowest quote we have was from Image Supply, and we do a lot of business with Image Supply, in the amount of $138,950 for 250 of the wall mount units and 50 of the what we would call just the portable mobile units. And we would like to request that you grant us permission through affirmative vote to purchase these from Image Supply. And the other 3 quotes are listed below. But it's 4 different quotes for the exact same product.
So, Mr. Chair, I recommend that the board approve the quote from Image Supply for the purchase of the Pure Air purification systems for $138,950,000. We will use ESSER money to fund that.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the quote from Image Supply in the amount of $138,950 for the purchase of 250 wall-mounted units and 50 mobile units for air purification in our classrooms.
Got a question.
Mhm.
It's for the motion, yes, sir. Our sheet here shows 250 mobile units,
Did I get it backwards?
and then it says Pure Air 3,050, and that's why I wanted to raise the question.
Yeah.
Is
Did,
that correct or incorrect?
Uh,
I think it said 50 mobiles.
I may have,
You did say 50
I may-
mobiles.
Well, it says mobile / it's supposed to say mobile / wall mount,
yeah.
which
It
is
does.
the top one, the 250. Yeah.
So those are mounted on the wall.
They are, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't specify. It's mobile / Walmart, yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the big initiatives now throughout the nation with schools, purification.
Yep. Teachers' unions.
If we're going to use ESSER money, so in effect, it really doesn't,
Correct.
Right.
not going to cost
And,
Not
and,
city
locally.
capital.
and
Right.
once again, these will be installed in classrooms where we're not actually changing out the whole system. So we are dedicating a lot of ESSER money toward air purification, which is,
Now, I'm assuming this will hit all of our
Yes.
older classrooms?
yes, sir, except the ones we're getting ready to.
Yeah.
That'll come in next?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, definitely.
The ones that we won't have new air conditioning units in?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Once again, gentlemen, I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Edwards. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, just to give you a few updates. First of all, the West Columbus School is really coming along. We go out there every week, and it's amazing. I mean, it's an organized group, completely satisfied there. The architect's satisfied.
Schedule, hopefully.
Yes, sir. I had to show Dr. Meadows the other day. I mean, they're saying November 4th. I mean, that's their target date. But that timeline clearly shows we will have our final earlier, which, but anyway, we're going to say November. And one fascinating fact, the masonry crew there, the bricklayers, a grand total of 4 people. Some of you may have heard that. 2 men and their wives are laying all the brick on that campus.
Wow.
They lay 3,000 brick a day. And we were scouring, we were going through the other day, and we saw a line there that weren't quite, running right. We kind of took a picture of that, and I want to say, dog, you mean 2 men and their wives now? But they'll go back and fix that. But they're doing a great job.
I was by there
thought
last
those
week.
were
The school
panels.
looking good.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah.
No. I thought those were panels going up on the walls.
They're brick.
Wow.
That's actually laid brick. It's amazing. Now the back is almost finished, and they're working on the front, and then they've got they've done part of the gym, but
Is that
it's-
the very back where I saw the beams? Is that the gymnasium?
that's the
you're
gym.
talking-
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And so they got to get started on that. Ball fields look really good. The softball field, the outfield is incomplete because they just have a stockpile of dirt back there. That's why the softball field is not completed yet. Okay, the installation of water cooler bottle filling stations at every school. Just simply something they add so people can fill their water bottles with cold water, and that's all complete. That's done. Let me go back to Tabor City. Tabor City, they're hopefully by the end of this week they're going to be digging some footings there. If not the end of this week, certainly early next week. We didn't get as much rain as we thought we were going to get, so that's really not a hold up there. You can really, if you go by Tabor City now, you can see the building pad. And it's really coming along. One thing, we had our first construction meeting, and they might be a little ahead of their technology there. I mean, if there is a question about that building, they have a computer model of that building, and you can they'll take that mouse cursor and they'll virtually walk through the building, colors and all. It's amazing. It's something to see. But anyway.
Jonathan, before you go off of Tabor City School, one question I'm getting a lot of is the dirt that's being hauled out.
Yeah.
And what's happening with the dirt. It's being hauled to Daddy Joe's, and I'm getting a lot of questions about it from a taxpayer dollar standpoint.
Well, once we sign a contract,
Right.
That the contract was for them to remove the dirt.
Okay.
And really at that stage, it's their dirt.
Okay.
And I will say this: they are stockpiling a lot of it, and they're actually stockpiling more than they'll need on the old football field. And the purpose of that is they're stockpiling that as fill, and they're stockpiling topsoil over there. So when they get ready to come back and landscape over the finished building, they will have their dirt. We're not going to have to, of course, buy more dirt. And the other part, when they tear down the existing primary building, they'll probably have a big hole 4 feet deep.
Right.
The footprint of that building. So they've got plenty of dirt to backfill that.
Okay.
And do any road construction. They've got more than they need stockpiled. And to be honest with you, they had to get it off the site.
Right. It has to go off the site. I understand that.
Yeah.
In the contract, basically, they put it there so it's theirs to take off, whatever.
Yes. Well, they weren't the actual contractor to put it there, but yes,
Yeah, okay.
it is. It's like we contracted with her to tear down the building. Well, they knew they know in their head that they're going to sell off all of the materials, recyclables, so they're going to make money.
Okay.
And so I mean that's part of the. I mean I heard some of it was going out to different places, and it's basically theirs to do with it whatever. Okay. Okay. Bottle filling stations. The East Columbus, the junior senior building. Once we got the surveys done at Duke, that's really coming along. We're supposed the heating contractor is supposed to be finishing the ductwork. We should get temporary power tomorrow, and so we can test the fire alarms, finish up the fire alarms. Once the fire alarms are working, we will be able to get permanent power and to get the certificate of occupancy. Our target date was March. It looks like we're going to finish by the end of March, but folks, I'm going to tell you, people, you get told this and this and this is going to be done on this day, and sometimes we just get put off. But we stay on them, and we know the urgency here, and we're trying to get this building finished. It's been too long, and we're trying to get it finished. But once we got that road surveyed out, they were able to start moving.
So the building's ready for occupancy or use.
Not officially for a few more weeks, but yes, we're right there.
Okay.
All right. The junior, senior high school and South Columbus, East Columbus auditorium renovations are finished, with the exception of the manufacturer of the curtains at South Columbus. They did one panel a dark gray and one panel a lighter gray. And when they put it up, I mean, it's obvious, but Kelly's had the manufacturer down. They're going to make it good. And that's the only thing we have to finish for the auditoriums. We'll be through.
The actual person on site is partially colorblind, and I think that contributed. They did say they'll leave the existing one up until the replacement is, so basically it'll be take one down, put another down.
And it's obvious. They're not close.
You weren't that person where you get it.
They're
I'll tell you
both gray, and that's about all we can say. One's dark and one's light.
For many years, those auditoriums need new curtains, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, they're beautiful, except if they were the same color. East, gorgeous. We were there. We were there for the town hall.
Yeah,
Super.
Look
I
good.
do want to say Vincent was very concerned. They came down within a couple of days and brought the manufacturer of the material to see it, so they were on.
Yeah.
So that's at East Columbus?
That's it.
That's
Oh, it's at South Columbus.
yeah.
Okay.
The ones at East are fine, and
Okay.
that'll finish us up there. And the kind of middle school roofing is in progress. The Ag Shop and the library, I mean, they're working on that right now. Windows and doors at West Columbus, they're done, and Tommy, our maintenance, one of our maintenance foremen, has a little bit more cosmetic work to do around the entrance going in there, but that project is complete and it looks really good. Okay,
Finally.
finally.
Did they get locks on the doors?
Yes.
Or handles on the doors?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When I went out there for playoff basketball game, there was literally 2 doors with no handles on them. And
And
thank
that-
you for taking care of that.
Yeah,
because
that was,
2 nights later, I was there again, and there was at least one.
yeah, let me tell you about that. That is, Timmy, that was, well, it was our mistake. And what it is, I'll tell you what the thinking was behind that. That is, those doors are considered exit doors because they're not handicap accessible. They really are supposed to be exit doors. The actual handicap entrance is on further toward right there at the concession stand.
Right.
Because, I mean, really, they're supposed to have the same entrance. They have 2 handles. But now what we did, we put one on the right side.
Right.
And the office doors, if I'm not mistaken, have one. And the one down at the math hall maybe has one. And then maybe at the cafeteria there's 2. But IDEA, really you're supposed to have the same entrance. And that at the gym is technically considered an exit door. That's why Timmy didn't.
So how many ADA accessible entrances and exits do we have at West Columbus?
There's 2 at the auditorium, and I don't think the cafeteria end
I think it's got steps there.
I think
got
so.
steps. There's 2 at the auditorium. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Next item, you have a change order proposal from her, and that basically, let me pull that up because I didn't make any notes on that one. That is basically covering 3 months extension of the sewer bypass at the Tabor City School, based on the reasons I gave beforehand with the us having to time our bids out with the LGC and the USDA. That tacked on a few more months of the sewer bypass. The other thing is, we thought they've had some trouble getting the manholes. They had trouble getting the pipe, then they got the pipe. Now the actual manhole going down to the sewer line, now they're having trouble getting, but we looked at them doing a masonry option, but after they investigated that, it's actually going to be more expensive to do because that sewer line is down there, folks. It's like 12 feet down, and all of it is going to have to be dug up. So we're asking that the change order be granted through the month of April, and we're hoping that, we're hoping that It will be completed. They understand our urgency here. I mean, $13,000 a month is a lot of money. And, but we've had to extend, the contract, and the value in the change order is, $42,440.95, which would bring the total contract $1,932,181.69. Now, if they complete before the time runs out, they will prorate and we will be credited for that amount. But we're asking that you grant the change order request from her in this amount.
That's still below the budgeted amount for that, correct?
Well, we've just reached that amount, and that is the necessity of the change order. If you recall, it was about a couple of meetings ago, I told you that this was going to happen.
Right.
This is not.
We all knew it was going to happen
Yes,
because
sir.
of the terracotta
That's right. And
drain lines.
That's exactly
Sewer
right.
lines.
And this is not unexpected. The state did, DOT did grant us permission to use an alternative pipe, and the school planning approved it. So we were able to save some time that way. But these manhole access is really the holdup right now. But we're going to get them in. We're going to think optimistically. I told them, I said, I need to call DOT and get some on loan, and they but I don't think that's an option for us. But anyway, we ask that you approve this change order.
So, Mr. Chair, I recommend that the board approve the change order from Her Incorporated for the extension of the sewer bypass at Tabor City School.
You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent regarding an additional $42,440.95 change order regarding the Tabor City contract due to the drain sewer line that was underneath the building. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? I don't have a discussion point, but I would love to know, and it's nothing that is pressing, but I would love to know what the delays of these state agencies and all of this mess has cost us with these two schools.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I bet you it's close to $7 or $8 million
Probably.
that it has cost us.
Continuous delays.
Yeah, the Historical Society
I remember
survey,
that, yeah.
the increase in materials because of all the delays that we had.
Well, it was a long time before they ever gave concerning.
That was the main
Historical
thing.
Society,
Yep.
The increase in the county's audit was incomplete, and that cost us right at almost $1 million right there for the increase in price we incurred with Barney Hill with the West Columbus School. But it is and just sometimes getting materials, and they order them way in advance. I mean, we're already at Tabor City. I mean, we've been talking kitchen equipment and things. I mean, they order it way in advance to try to avert these delays and things. But
That's
Sure.
every
and-
business these
and,
days.
and that's
Everybody
It is.
thinks in
yes, sir.
advance, yeah.
It is. But it has been
I had a general
Very
contractor
significant.
tell me that windows were 6 weeks out.
That's right. And see, they like, when you take this project, we've spec'd about 2 or 3 different kinds, and whichever one we can get the quickest. That's what we're going to go with.
Right.
They've already, like the storefront at the Tabor City School, already ordered. The West Columbus School has been ordered. So
I've got a remodel project going on in Ohio right now that they hadn't started yet with a drop dead date of June 30th.
yeah. Give
They
you
hadn't
one.
started it.
Give you one fact. We bid out the West Columbus School, and we bid out the Tabor City School. How many months apart? Okay. Between the two bids, the kitchen equipment alone, exact same specs, the kitchen equipment alone went up $100,000. So, I mean, that's just how crazy things have gone.
Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next item is our monthly vote on mask wearing. So just to update you, since we moved to mask optional on February 27th, we have had 5 student COVID cases and 2 staff cases. Obviously, the virus is obviously is not as prevalent as it was in January, where we had, I don't even know I forget how many it was, hundreds and hundreds of cases. So I would recommend that we continue with mask optional and indoors and on the buses as we have in place currently.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we continue with mask optional indoors and on buses.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Any opposed?
Yeah. So on the next item are the calendars for next school year. So we are bound by some very strict laws around the school calendar. One of them is that one part of that law is that the school days for students cannot start or has to start the Monday, cannot start before the Monday closest to August 25th, and has to end by the Friday closest to, I think it's June 9th or June 10th. I can't remember which date. So that leaves us August 29th to June 9th. And we have to fit the days in. You either have to have 185 student days or 1,025 hours. There is no way to fit 185 days really with holidays, those normal things, and have any days that teachers may get a slight break from just chaos. So there have to be 215 days in a teacher's contract. That's the student days, 10 annual leave days, 11 holidays, and then the rest of them are teacher work days to get to a total of 215. So we have tried over the last few years to end our first semester before Christmas, because at the high school level, that's when kids take exams, that's when they switch to the next semester. It also aligns with the college calendar. When you're not aligned that way, the students who take college classes sometimes have a difficulty getting in classes second semester because they have a schedule from first semester that continues past the time that the college classes start. So you'll see in here a proposal for a calendar that tests before Christmas and one that tests after Christmas. So we asked the high schools, basically, the K-8 schools were split, and it really doesn't impact them in terms of that. But our high schools, it does not impact CCCA because they have a waiver, because they can align to the college calendar. But our schools were split. West and East wanted to test before Christmas, and South wanted to test after Christmas. The reason they wanted to test after, South and East could do their schedules, adjust their schedule so that all of their tested classes, in terms of EOCs, they could fit in second semester, where it would be a longer semester. South did not feel they could do that. They could adjust their schedule and get all of their EOCs in. And first, if you test before Christmas, first semester is 77 days, second semester is 101 days. When you test after Christmas, they're evenly split at 89 days each semester. So since it would cause difficulty for South Columbus, I would recommend, even though I don't like it, but I would recommend that the board approve the calendar that requires testing after Christmas. I wish that there was not a calendar law that required us to start at that point. It's really a late start of not having a student day till August 29th. If they would just let us back it up a week, we could probably do it. But at this point, with the way the law is, I think that's probably our best option. So I would ask that the board, I would recommend that the board approve the calendar that tests after Christmas.
You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent that we approve the calendar that is attached that tests after Christmas for EOCs. What's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion, we do it.
Have a motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion?
I'll-
Yes,
yeah,
go
sorry.
ahead, Doc.
I agree with you. You know, I think calendar before Christmas will be much better. But especially with break before exams or tests or whatever, you know. But
Yep.
I understand the reasoning there. I really do.
I mean, if we could get it more to like 83 or 84 days and 92 or 93, it would be different.
Yep.
But with an August 29th start, that's impossible.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Interesting thing at our state board meeting a couple weeks ago, one school system is going to start early anyway.
Really.
And the legislature has told them that you can do that. Said that you can break our policy. Said, but when you do that, it's gonna cost you over $1 million in law and
Lawsuits.
lawyer fees and different things like that, because we're gonna hold you to. And so they're trying to decide whether now they have the money to do it probably.
Yeah.
It's one of the larger ones, but they're really having and I see nothing that's gonna move the starting date up any
Yeah.
at all. Any at all.
any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Any opposed?
A lot of times it's the coastal counties that are lobbying, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and it's, when you look at, across the board, there are very few counties that that there hasn't been a request, even by the local legislative members, that have said, let us do our own calendar. And it's still, I don't know how, they have the travel and tourism industry, I guess, just has so much pull. But we just can't seem to get them to change that, so.
Motion carried.
All right, so the next item, as you're aware, I have a student advisory council, and my student advisory group wanted us to look at adjusting the dress code policy so that they could wear sweatpants that had the student or the school name on it. So we took that to principals. They only wanted it at high school, didn't want it K-8. When we brought it to the board said we want things to be K-12. So we said, all right, let's go back. Let's see what we can do. And so when we talked to the principals about it again, they said, well, if we're going to make all these changes and allow these things to happen that are outside of the uniform policy, why do we even have a uniform policy? So we said, all right. They said, take it to teacher advisory, because I have a teacher advisory that I meet with every month. And they said they're the ones that have to enforce the policy for dress and for uniforms. What do they want to do? So when I asked teacher advisory, they said, well, we need to ask our teachers. So they went back and they collected survey results. And for the most part, the school's staff said they did not want to have a uniform policy anymore. So when we talked about it again at teacher advisory, they asked, could we survey parents? Because we don't want parents to think that we didn't hear from them. So we did a survey. We did 2 different surveys with parents. One was by phone, where they could just select what they wanted, and one online. And then we did survey the staff as a whole. So the one that was just the phone, answering the phone, we had 1,734 responses. 81% of those said to remove the uniform policy. In the one that was online, it was 1,169 responses, and, excuse me, 88% of those said to remove the uniform policy. And then with staff, we had 373 responses, and 66.5% of the staff said to eliminate the uniform policy. So I bring this to you to ask and to recommend to the board that we remove the uniform policy for the 22-23 school year and bring back to you before, so that we can get approval by May, the actual dress code policy, because we do need to, the dress code policy that's in the board policy right now is not, doesn't have enough detail to it. But for us to bring back a dress code policy to the board for approval before next school year.
You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent that the board eliminate the school uniform policy. However, administration will bring a dress code policy back to the group for approval. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Long. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Dr. Strickland. Further discussion?
Yes. Have you had a problem that you've seen with the uniform policy being enforced?
I think that there are some schools that are a little bit more lenient with it. There has been, and Dr. Williams says, when the first adjustment was made to the uniform policy before I came, something with the coats or something that had to do with coats was an issue.
Coats were always a problem.
Right.
And so as that, you tried to fix that problem, then the uniform policy kind of wasn't a uniform policy anymore, and it became more difficult to enforce. It was hard for parents to buy a coat that was school colors. And so then it became, well, we'll be lenient about the coat color. Well, then what about if a kid can't afford to buy a big parka coat, but wears some other kind of pullover coat? Well, that had to be the school color. And so it just became this, every time we'd turn around, there was something it was hard to comply because of that.
And I ask that question simply because I know that 11, 12 years ago when the policy was made, we spent about 2 years, and it was overwhelming.
Yep.
The teachers, staff, administration, parents wanted it, for various reasons, within the school and even parents at home making those decisions in the morning. And they said it was hard to enforce the actual policy then too, And again, any policy we have, it's got to be enforced. It's got to be consistent also. So that's why I made that comment. And I agree that, things change, and opinions change too. And so I understand that also, I really do.
And I'll be honest with you, whether we have a uniform policy or a dress code, either one, it really doesn't matter which one you have. It's tough to enforce. It's tough because there's always going to be difficulty to find things. I mean, parents are going to say it's hard to find uniform to wear. It's hard to find shorts that are in line with the dress code policy. It's hard to find, that's always going to be said. But we have to have a dress code of some sort. We can't have kids, especially at high school, wearing whatever they want to wear. And middle school and high school. Elementary is not quite as bad, but at the middle and high school level, they will wear some very interesting attire.
And I'll be very careful. You mentioned sweatpants. I'll be very careful with certain types of sweatpants too.
Well, and that is what the students said when when we were talking about that. They said that no leggings. They didn't. Even my student advisory said no leggings. They can't wear the leggings. So, but you're right. I mean, it's going to be tough to find a policy. Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Are you opposing?
No, I'm not. I'm not a voter. Definitely not a voter. This would become effective in the fall, right?
Yes,
Yes.
it's not effective now.
We've already got it.
Yeah, it would be effective with the new school year.
Yeah,
I think we've already got a question out there somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, we will continue with our uniform policy for the remainder of this school year.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, the sale of the Mount Olive property, and I'm going to let Dr. Williams or Mr. Phipps tell us.
I believe I'll defer to Mr. Bill.
We sold the property at public auction at Mount Olive and had two bidders who bid consistently from $50,000 all the way up to $75,000. At $75,000, the one bidder backed out. It was a kind of a 1,000 for maybe $10,000, and then it started going. They'd bid 1,000, and the bidder would bid would go up to the next five, which was a $4,000 increase. The last bid, as I recall, the church made a $71,000. The other bidder, instead of raising it $4,000, raised it to $72,000, and then the church bid $75,000, and the other bidder backed out at that point. But it finally sold at $75,000. Interesting thing, had good attendance, probably 35, 40 people there, and everything went very cordial. Everybody was very nice after the incident, after the sale. Jonathan, myself, and some of the other board school-related people had some neat conversations with some of the folks that were there, and it was a very eventful sale.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the sale of the Mount Olive property at $75,000 to the Mount Olive Church? Is that right? Missionary Baptist Church. Thank you. Thank you.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that the board accept the sale of the Mount Olive property to Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church for a total amount of $75,000. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion?
I'd like to mention, as Bill just mentioned, the church had a great group there supporting and everything too, so it went very well, I thought.
Great.
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Campbell sitting back there taught me in high school and taught me everything that I know about parliamentary procedure.
He can't get everything right.
Carlton, you missed on some things, not parliamentary procedure.
Now,
just
Mr.
teaching.
Campbell also I worked with Mr. Campbell, and we had great projects going in with Mr. Campbell.
They have, in speaking with some of the members of the community and the church, have a lot of great ideas for the property.
That's great.
And it'll be very good use for many years to come.
Great.
A lot
My
of good.
understanding, you guys are gonna do a community center, correct?
Yeah, have a lot of good things going.
Great.
You know, one thing in talking to Carlton, and I even go farther back than probably you two, because he and I went to high school together. But
That was a long time ago.
that was a while ago. But, you know, he mentioned to me that we need somewhere where our kids can go and not be on the streets. And I feel very good and very comfortable with what they're gonna do, and I know they're gonna have good leadership there, so I feel good.
No doubt about that. Any other discussion, comments?
When will the payment be due from the church?
Well, we need to
Tonight?
do the deed and all
Tonight?
that.
I can draft the deed. Usually, when we approve it, it's within a 30-day period. And we'll work with you however you want to. Just get me exactly how you want the deed titled with the address and everything on it. Because that way, It will go directly to you when the bills come. You will not get one for 2022 because it was in our name at the first of the year. It will become potentially, unless you change the designation, and it may be already potentially that, it will become, potentially become taxable property in January, but with it being to a church, it may not be taxable. You just have to look into that. That may very well fit into your requirements for what it is, but I'd say 30 days if that's sufficient with the board, unless if you want to make it faster, we can do it faster. I can have the deed prepared for you within 2 or 3 days.
Well, there's a lot of information we need to get from the county board of education as far as what the Mount Olive Head Start were paid, their bills, as far as rent, electricity, and all this stuff that we have to take. So that's their consideration.
We technically need to give them a 30-day notice to terminate our agreement with them. At the same time, for y'all to start an agreement with them, it's sole subject to it because, like I said, at the sale, they actually have a contract with it, but y'all are free to negotiate a new contract once ours terminates.
Lisa, we've looked up that information, Mr. Carlton, and we have it ready, what the agreement was. Now, we're technically owners until the deeds are signed, right?
Right.
Because we're still maintaining insurance and the power's still in our name.
Until the risk of loss, as I told them, transfers with the recordation of the deed. And until then, they don't have to worry about insuring it. It should be insured by us. The day we record the deed would be the day that it would transfer. And I called to talk with Dr. Meadows, and we got on something else, and I forgot to mention to her about the 30-day thing, but we do need to send them a notice that the sale was approved tonight, and they have like 30 days to renegotiate with them or whatever. And then y'all can go ahead and contact them. Obviously, you're free to.
So how about we say April 15th, that we have everything done by April 15th? Have the deed and everything finished by April 15th?
That's fine.
Does that work for you guys?
Okay.
All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, guys. We do appreciate it. Glad you guys got it, too.
We know it's going in good hands.
Right. We know what you guys are planning on using it for, so, your community.
Thank you.
And if the board wants to donate some funds back,
We understand that.
Mr. Edwards will be first in line. Or actually, me and Randy are the only ones that still work. So these retired
You're the
guys
only ones
can
got any
all-
money, man. But y'all, but we'll see those two.
All right, the next item is just a slight revision to the Board of Education meetings. I'd ask that the board change the May date from May 9th to May 16th, and would recommend that the board approve that revision to the meeting dates.
You've heard the request of the superintendent to change our May meeting date from May 9th to the 16th. Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Got a motion by Dr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? All right. All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
So the next item is just for you to know that we signed, and Mr. Strickland was there the other day, that we signed an agreement with Southeastern and UNC Pembroke, basically developing a pathway and a pipeline to try to bring more teachers back to the school district. So we're going to have build a teacher cadet program at high school, encourage kids to go into the field of education, because we We need teachers. And then to encourage them to go to Southeastern where they can, and to take classes at high school level where they get college credit. So then when they go to UNCP, they would be under what's called a College Promise program. They can apply for a scholarship with us that it would cost us basically about $2,000, have them come back and teach with us after that. So just wanted you to know we're continuing to work on ways for to try to build our own pipeline for teachers.
And they've gotten $3 million worth of scholarships through the,
An anonymous donor is what they said.
right. But they're also reinstituting the teaching fellows
Yep.
scholarship as well, so.
And it'll be specifically for us, Whiteville, and Robeson County is where that'll pay,
But
where
it's
the
only
teachers.
at UNC Pembroke, so.
Yep. Yep. Just a couple of items for the superintendent's update. If you haven't seen, you actually do because it's on your seat. But this is East Columbus's first magazine, the Gatorhawk. It is an outstanding magazine. People can buy one online if they go to East Columbus's website, but they will be with us at the April meeting, and they should have their second issue by then. But you'll see the staff of the students at the beginning that are involved with it. But this is just, it's outstanding. Fuller Royal is the teacher. It's great work. Also, in terms of summer school, just kind of put a plug out there. Southeastern is going to partner with us to do a summer program. It's going to be for 9th through 12th grade, even students that graduate this year. They're going to do a construction summer camp. It will be June 13th to July 27th. We'll run transportation. We'll have meals for them. They will pay the instructor. And the students will go to school Monday through Thursday from 8 to 5. They will take classes in carpentry, blueprint reading, electrical, and HVAC. When they finish, that gives them 12 credit hours for community college, and they will get a high school credit as well as an elective from us. But it will be free of charge for the students. They will have a facilities maintenance certificate. And so we're going to try to get as many students as possible to participate. I mean, what an opportunity to be able to get exposure to that and have a credential or certificate once they come out of it.
Do they mention at all possibility, they may not have, possibility of Fred Mason teaching bricklaying during that time? He's in the early college.
I don't know. They did not talk about that, but they very well could because they have been partnering with us to try to pay some of our instructors to teach college classes while the kids earn high school credit and college credit while they're, and they pay them. So, let's see. I think I already talked about classroom libraries. So I think that's really it on that. You have your dates to remember, and then we have some finance information. So I'll let Ms. Nowlin go first on the March board report.
Just one quick question.
Oh, yeah.
Could we add the graduation dates onto the dates to remember?
Yep, we sure can. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have a hard time remembering.
Your March board meeting financial report is in your packet. I do have a few notes. I noticed that my note 1 is kind of got mixed up. So note 1 is on employee benefits for state-funded employees. So that's automatically covered. Where it looks like it's overexpended, they automatically cover those expenses. Note 2, that's on our resource officers. So we have a grant for the resource, the SROs, and so that we had to pay out of one line item, but we'll be moving the additional funding to PRCO 69, which is in state, so that is not technically overexpended. Let's see, and 056 with transportation, I've worked with the transportation department over the last week or so, so we have closed some purchase orders that they had open, and they will no longer be in the negative. and state is at 79% expended.
Ms.
Fund.
Nowlin,
Yes.
one quick question.
Yes.
How is increased fuel costs affecting us in our transportation budget?
I don't think we've seen much yet. We had a discussion about that the other day. Again, another thing that we're hopeful if we do see that increase, the state usually puts some back and allows for a special provision or a special allotment for fuel increases. So we're kind of watching that.
And what we did too, we ordered a lot. We ordered like thousands of gallons at a time.
So we're still storing, right?
And we stored it there, and, before it really shot up, but obviously we're gonna have to order again.
Right.
And, so, like this is the old time middle, I'm telling them, the state normally comes back, makes an adjustment, they're gonna have to.
They're going to.
We're gonna be in a bind.
We might need those electric buses sooner than later.
Talk about Hallsboro, where they got him some hookups at Hallsboro at Pierce and Company.
I saw that in the paper.
But that,
And they've also got them down on our end of the county.
Boardman has
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
that is, we're trying, I'll say we are, big nest, we're trying to get 6 of them.
And your next fund is Fund 2, which is your local fund. We're at 72.9 expended there. Don't be alarmed. That's a good number to be at, but we'll be even lower than that because we'll be moving some expenses around to different funding sources to maximize state versus the ESSER funding. So some of these expenses have a home to go to. We're just waiting to move at one time, so it goes to the best home first. Fund 3, federal programs, 118, you'll see that note 4. That is waiting on additional allotment to come down. It is in the system, it just hasn't flowed down. So that is not overexpended. And we still have 21.70, we've only expended 21.77 of the federal allotment. And that's in part because of those huge ESSER funding that we still have. Fund 4, and you guys will see in the budgets when you see them later that we're going to be putting some fund balance in Fund 4 capital spending. So with that being put in, we're at 42.69% expended. Fund 5, 85.92 expended. And Fund 8 at 47.42% expended. Any questions?
So we're looking pretty good there.
We are.
Are we going to be able to add to our fund balance for the year? I know we're going to have to move some stuff out, but we're projected to.
Yes,
yeah.
that's our projection.
Okay.
Good.
I'd love to have enough to get that grant and make that payment on our own. Love to.
Well,
We'll wait till the.
that may not be what I asked for. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to deny Mr. Edwards' request for a pay raise.
Okay, okay. All right, so the next item is, and I'm going to ask Benita, will you do that so people can see what's on the presentation that you all, I shared this presentation with you. It should be in your Google Drive. It's called the 2022-2023 budget presentation for the commissioners. I just shared it, or you can turn and look at this however you'd like. You can move around and go look at it that way if you'd like. But I'm going to sit at the mic so that I didn't even think about that when we started. But this presentation is a draft presentation for the presentation to the commissioners at the end of the month on the 29th when we meet with them. So this is, obviously feedback. If there's something that you believe we need to adjust, let me know. Because again, this is what Dr. Williams, Lisa Nowlin, and I have worked through. So the first thing, this next slide is our ADM, and we always show our ADM for the commissioners to see. The last 2 years, we've been held harmless by the state. So even though our enrollment has gone down, our ADM has gone down, we did not lose funding. But we have been told by the legislature that we will not be held harmless this next year. So we have the last 2 years been funded on 5395. Our estimate for this next year is right around 5,000. That means we would lose funding for 395 students, which is about $3.5 million. Many of you saw this slide before. I showed it at the town hall meeting. This is just so that the commissioners will know. I want to be transparent that we did receive ESSER money from COVID. This was just where the federal government and the state put the ESSER funds. We intend to spend our ESSER money on these areas. So summer school, about $5 million. Air quality, HVAC at $4 million. The PPE and cleaning supplies, $1 million. Additional staff. We've hired some nurses and counselors, interventionists, tutors for $2 million. Bonuses to staff to be able to retain people and to recruit. Curriculum materials, $4 million. And technology and infrastructure, about $6 million. So in terms of current expense, this was what our priorities were last year. So we have implemented all of these items, either through local funds, through ESSER, or through our state money. So we did signing bonuses for math teachers. We actually went outside of that as well. We had to do some bonuses for not just math, but science and special ed. It was to either retain or to recruit teachers to come to the district. We paid $5,000 to each of those teachers to either have them stay with us or to recruit them. The increased supplement for our certified staff for 3%, to give them to go from 5% to 8%. We added counselors, 2 counselors, so that every school had their own counselor this year. We added a technology technician because of the increased number of devices that we've had because of COVID when we moved to one-to-one devices for students. We have purchased curriculum resources. This year we did math and science high school, science for 5th grade, and then supplemental materials for reading and math in K through 8. And then we implemented the start, one of the phases in our pay table adjustments. So all of the things that we had on our priorities last year when we presented to the commissioners, this is the exact copy of the slide that we shared with them, and we have implemented all of those things that we said were priorities. So our priorities this year, this coming up year for our current expense, is to continue to focus on recruitment and retention of employees. So continue assigning bonuses, increasing pay for teachers. So there has been a push across the state to raise pay for every employee to a minimum of $15 an hour. Just as a note, the starting pay for teachers is $21 an hour. So we're going to move everybody else to 15, but we're still at $21 an hour for teachers. So we are looking at the idea of master's pay, even though the state doesn't pay for masters. Maybe we pay for master's degree to try to recruit and retain teachers. Maybe some benefits, maybe pay for dental for our employees. Offering scholarships for students and teacher assistants to become teachers, so finding a way to recruit people to come. So we're really trying to figure out some different ways and focus on recruiting and trying to retain employees. Teachers as the main focus, but employees in general. To be able to match that state increase to $15 an hour for all employees as a minimum, and to implement the next phase of our pay table adjustments. This means that even though the state gives us money for some employees to go to $15 an hour, our locally paid and federally paid employees, we wouldn't get funding for that. So we would have to pick that up out of the local dollars. And then the pay table adjustments that we had already started to implement, making sure we can cover that. Trying to make sure that we don't lose services even though we have a loss of ADM, with that reduction from the state. Really focusing on reading and math skills because of the lost instructional time, by focusing on classroom libraries, continuing our focus in curriculum materials, and manipulatives for math instruction. Trying to increase more STEAM opportunities, so our science labs really didn't have a lot of science lab equipment. Trying to make sure that our science labs have equipment so students can do hands-on materials, hands-on items, making sure our technology is engaging by continuing to add new things like the grant. We did get a grant that will help with that, but we need to continue to find new ways. We had we purchased some little microphones that they have. It's a microphone and it's in a ball, so you can toss it around the room, and when the kids receive it, they talk into it and it's a microphone. So just trying to find different ways to engage kids with technology. And then of course, fine arts, trying to continue to push that in our district. We do have a big push with fine arts to keep kids engaged in school. It's just another way, which a lot of districts do not have that as a focus. And then trying to find our other priority is really trying to find that connection for students to the workforce. So expanding CTE by with technology, medical, and public safety, and adding internships and apprenticeships. Real partnership with the community college and trying to have kids have a true pathway from us to college to the workforce as much as possible. So those are our priorities for current expense. Our hope is that the county will assist us with this through increases, but give us the flexibility to say that we can use ESSER in some places, but we have the local dollars to assist us for those things that we can't use ESSER money or state or federal. Capital, you'll see we've got our Tabor City, and this little link is to the picture that shows where the progress is. So back in November, what the Cerro Gordo property looked like, the West Columbus School, to December, to January, to March. So you see the progress that we're making on West Columbus School.
I was wondering what was changing.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, you weren't changing it. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not clicking. I'm not clicking that. Sorry. You'll see it when we go to the commissioners meeting. So our capital priorities from last year were to implement the safety access control for doors, which we ended up getting a grant. So we're in the process of bidding for that to be able to make that happen. We have to replace some doors for that to happen as well, but to network that safety access. Technology infrastructure, we have implemented new switches. We are upgrading our fiber, and so that's happening. Our high schools right now is where we're focused on that upgrade. The wrecker, we would have purchased that, but the state did not get a bid. They put it out for bid for wreckers, and they didn't get a single bid for it. So they're going to try again this next year for us to be able to get a new wrecker for the school system. Activity buses, we purchased one activity bus this year. We're in the process of our roof repairs at Hallsboro, Williams Township, and Nekina, which we've stepped back on our Hallsboro Artesia project some because of the Eastern End School. Hopefully we'll get that grant approved, and so we don't want to put a lot of money into that, but it ended up where the Williams Township, the Nekina, and the little bit we're doing on Hallsboro will take that entire amount that we had planned on the three. HVAC replacement at Hallsboro, that's part of our ESSER funding. The south and the east lighting repairs were much less than that because we just did what needed to be replaced at that point, even though all of it does eventually need to be repaired. We did the minimal amount of that. The tennis courts in the driveway at West Columbus, we just did some small repairs to the tennis court, which are holding right now, and we had to use some of that money on the gym to do the bleachers and the HVAC that we're going to put in there. And so we have moved those dollars over. So those will remain on our capital projects list. But for the most part, we did or are in the process of doing what was on our priority list. So my intent next is to basically discuss and remind the history of our funding. That, you know, Article 44, we just now, this last year, received a portion. 40 and 42, we've been receiving some of that and use it for capital projects. It was also used up until this last year for a payment for Cerro Gordo. Lottery funds we have not received for the last 5 years. My hope is that that will pick back up because of the change in the legislation. We don't have an answer yet on that. Otherwise, it would be one more year. The capital funds that we actually received each year is between $500,000 to $650,000.
27.
And then the total, the last few years was about 1.7 million plus, something like that. So just a reminder that originally the plan was that Article 40, 42, and 44 would be used for the loan payment, which will come due this year. We will have to start making payments on the West Columbus School once it finishes. That would result in us only receiving about $700,000 for capital completely. We did have a lower interest rate, which would reduce the payment, but we did have to borrow a larger amount for the Tabor City project. We have used ESSER funds and will continue to cover some capital needs. We've reduced our facility footprint. The county has provided the $9 million to assist with the grant and loan. So I think both are doing their part and have been the last year. But we are really concerned about the loan payment starting this year and the increased cost of materials that's going to continue to happen. The reduction that is planned right now in our capital funding, and that we have a new school that's needed on the eastern end. And until we can do any of that, and even after we do it, in the next 5 years, we need about $52 million in capital if we were to do the things that needed to be done, which is linked up here at the top to show all of our capital priorities. We really have started to build a great partnership between us and the county commissioners, but we don't know what an election will hold, which makes us a little nervous. We have closed schools and we've consolidated to reduce our costs. The county purchased and repurposed our schools to help us reduce cost, and we appreciated that. We have our new schools, potentially another school on the eastern end. The sale and the lease of the central office properties, and that I really believe that both entities see education as a priority. And we are grateful for that partnership. But again, we are concerned that that capital funding is going to be reduced to such a level. So we would request that current expenses increased by 15% so that we can implement the pay increases to recruit and retain teachers, match the state increase that's required across all positions, ensure all students have a large volume of books available to read, and provide high school students pathways to the workforce in Columbus County. And that our capital funding is maintained at the level in capital funds plus Article 40, 42, and 44 at the past levels, and that the commissioners provide funding for the loan payments of the new schools without reducing our capital money, our funding to the school system. So last year was the total amount, and I need to check this because my two numbers are not matching, Lisa. Was 2.3 million or was it 1.7? So we'll have to correct that number. But what I would suggest that we request is that they determine a way so that we don't lose funding to only $700,000 of capital. We wouldn't even be able to replace a roof hardly.
Well, I mean, that's the very thing that's gotten us into the situation that we're in now.
Right.
You know,
Right.
the school buildings falling down around our kids.
Right. Yeah.
It was with
Needs-based grant.
with the needs-based grant. that we won that was just 10 million, well, it was actually 15 million.
So they gave you a grant but took the lottery money.
That's, yes, sir.
For 5
And
years.
they get part of it to what?
They took it for 5 years, but with this legislative year, they were supposed to restore it, and that's what
Go
Lisa's
back to your
checking.
microphones. Go back to your mics.
Yeah.
Because basically what they done, just loaned you, they didn't give you a grant.
Nope, that's the end of the presentation.
We should, we.
Thank you, Benny.
We fought for that lottery for 3 years, but we should receive it back.
One thing too, it's still 5 years away, but I was just checking with Lisa to make sure in 2027, we, when we built the L building at Cerro Gordo Elementary School, we financed that, the county did, and they withheld, I don't know which one of the articles it was, but we should start receiving that back. But it's
We did this
5
year.
years.
We did this year.
We
They
did?
took the payments this year.
Okay, so
They took them.
in 2027, right?
Yes, 2027 is when the
Okay, so that's $200,000 a year that we,
But this last year, they took that.
they took it up.
And
Okay.
paid it,
All
yeah.
right, well, great. Hey,
Yeah,
I
and I think
commend-
that's why the number was higher, maybe, but I will make sure that those two numbers align.
I commend you for, relationship the board has with the commissioners now. I've never seen that before.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
it really is good, and
Yeah.
so I don't know if there is anything that you recommend in terms of the presentation, something that you think that is not as it should. I can share the presentation with you all as well. I have. I shared it with you. It's in your Google Drive, so you can look at it and you can share any feedback. If there's something that you think I have missed or you don't like the way that we have. So I wasn't as specific about fund this item, this item, this item for us. More of a big picture to say, these are the things we need to do this next year. And we need the funding to be able to do it, but we are going to use whatever to maximize our resources, whether it's ESSER, whether it's federal, state, or local. We need to be able to do those things this year.
Well, I think the way we did it is good.
Okay?
I do.
I like that.
Okay.
And we won't have an answer until mid-May on the grant, right?
April.
It's in April.
That's what I meant, April.
Yep.
So we
Yes.
won't have it by the time we meet with the commissioners on
Mm-mm.
that.
They're
No.
supposed to announce in April.
Yeah.
No, we won't. All right? Okay. All right, so the next item, do you want to do that, Ms. Nowlin, or do you want me? Okay.
Tom, you mentioned the presentation with commissioners. Is that, are we all?
Yep.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's on the,
The 29th,
29th, yeah.
and we will arrive at 6:15.
Gotcha. And it's where?
It's at their
You
new,
got it.
uh-huh,
Okay.
Where we were the other night.
yep, their new chambers.
Their new chambers.
On, what is it?
Lee Street, I think.
No, it's not Lee Street.
Webster Street.
Webster Street.
Yeah. You ready, Ms. Dowling?
Yep.
Okay.
The next item that we have for you is the COVID Professional Development Training bonus that we discussed last meeting, and you guys asked us to bring you back a proposal. This is where the state identified instructional staff for this COVID training bonus, and assistant principals were left out, and a lot of the other staff that seemed to be instructional. So in your packet includes the proposal for the assistant principals to receive $1,000 each, and all other non-certified instructional staff who did not receive the prior bonus, $500. So that total is $186,974.59, and will be paid if you approve this proposal. Then we'll request to use ESSER money to pay for it.
That is possible. Well, we can do
It
that.
is possible. Yes, it's allowable.
I like it.
So I would recommend that the board approve the proposed COVID professional development training bonus proposal that Ms. Nowlin presented.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the COVID professional development training bonus for everyone that did not receive it from the state, totaling $186,974. What's the notion of the board?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion?
Is that leaving anybody out?
Everybody would have received something then for COVID training.
I can't believe they left assistant principals out.
That's the wildest thing I've ever
I have never in my life heard. So,
I think they all deserve all we can give them, what they deserve.
all right. All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
heard.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. So the next item, let me just preface this and then I'll let Ms. Nowlin go over it. So this is another state supplement. Okay, this is not a bonus, but a supplement. So they have given extra funds to all districts but 5, I think, did not receive any money. And it is a recurring item for this year and next year, and it's a supplement for teachers and instructional support again. So it does not include anybody else, no classified, does not include principals, assistant principals, central office, anyone else outside of that group. And they are very clear about that. And you'll see what we were given an allotment, and so Ms. Nowlin has gone back and worked based on some criteria, and you'll see the criteria that's listed there in the first link, and then the proposal link is the amount of money. And so, Ms. Nowlin,
So if, exactly what she said about the first link just shares what they say we can use the money for. This time they added the stipulation that we, of course, needed to get it board approved so that you could approve the proposal so that when instructional staff is identified, that it comes before you all before you do it, instead of us being able to tell them the legislation made us do it. Sorry, I had to put that plug in there. But so they gave us an allotment. The total allotment was $821,635,000. Okay, and so our actual maximum allotment per the law was $17.97 per teacher. Now it says you don't have to pay that amount. You can pick another amount, and that $17.97 does not include benefits. So in the proposal, I show you what that equates to for our staff currently. Our estimated number of employees to this date would be 405. So that means that each teacher or each instructional staff eligible for this would receive $1,539 in the supplement. So you'll see $370.90 is retirement, and then $117.73 is FICA and Medicare. Now, our stipulations on this is that we follow our normal supplement policy, other than we are making you not have to be full-time so that we can pay retirees. Retirees are able to pay this, be paid this. Also, if you are under half-time employed, which we really have no one, but if you are under half-time employed, then you would get half. So if you're full-time or half-time, full-time gets all, half gets at least half. So any questions? And again, this is reoccurring, so they're going to adjust the allotment every year based on their numbers that they're showing for our eligible teachers. So this is just this year's allotment.
This is only teachers. Did you said something about we could do something as a board?
No, they
Meal.
want you to approve this before we pay them with the stipulations and the guidelines they gave us. We don't have any options within this funding source to pay anybody but who they say can get it.
So it says that only for types of positions paid in PRC 001, 004, 006, and/or 007. I don't know what the and/or is about, but
Well, 007 can pay media teachers. They can also pay regular teachers. So as this, they're just their attempt at trying to box it all
So
together.
1, 4, and 6 is not anything with teacher assistant.
No.
No.
And it can only be, so they have to be only certified staff. They can only be certified. It says on the third bullet, may not be used to provide supplements to central office employees or non-certified employees. That's straight out of what the requirements are. And it can only be used for assistant principals or principals if they're paid as teachers, which none of them are. So.
just make sure you hold on to this documentation.
I will.
Because we'll use this same criteria, obviously, next year when we get an allotment. The amount may change depending on how many teachers we have and what the allotment is. So all she did was go back and say, okay, our total amount was $821,000. How much can we pay people? What's the maximum we can pay each person when we have 405 that are included, and you take out the benefit cost of retirement and the FICA. And so even though on the thing from the state it says $1797, well, that would be the amount if you didn't pay benefits.
Right.
So we would then have to pay all the benefit costs locally to cover the rest of the supplement, to cover that supplement. So we didn't do that. We included the benefit cost in with the total amount of the allotment. So I would recommend that the board approve the supplemental fund teacher compensation proposal as presented by Ms. Dowling.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the supplemental funds for teacher compensation proposal that has been presented by Ms. Nowlin. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And we included as many people as we can. Anytime we get one of these, we try to include whoever we can to the maximum as possible.
Sure.
And as much money as we can. And so that's what we've tried to do each step of the way. All right, so the budgets for child nutrition, federal and capital.
Yes. Okay, so included in your packet is the child nutrition one. We'll start with them first. And we're anticipating revenues of 4.675 million, 4.675, 706, so I'll just round off. And then we've budgeted, and you can see a huge disparity between last year and this year, and that's another thing where, we talked about the state budget not looking exactly right, with some expenses higher or lower. COVID, a lot of revenues didn't come in, so I have to say that they did a great job watching those expenditures and still being able to keep their head above water. So you will see we have a reduced number of staff and more dollars allocated and more expenses for food and for personnel. And some of that, again, looks a little skewed because we had funding last year that was state allotted, that we could move some of child nutrition's expenses out of child nutrition for last year and charge it to state. So that'll be look a little bit skewed because it's like you have 63 more employees Yeah, 63, and then you went to 45. So we had less expenses, but more employees in child nutrition. Any questions? Okay, the next one. Federal. And you will see that there are tremendous amounts of different funding sources for this year. And that's, we didn't go back into a prior year, look back at expenses, because it would have been even more skewed with all the ESSER funding, and it crosses years. So we have anticipated $35,303,000 in revenue. And that's just what it's sitting at now. I think we have at least 3 or 4 other pots of money that they're still telling us that are coming in. So this is just where we are now. And we probably have almost every dime allocated or allotted. So any questions in relation to federal? Because there's several pots of money.
So each time, so even though we received particular large pockets of money for ESSER, we did 1, 2, and 3. The state also, they had to hold back, I think it was 10% off of the original amount, and then they allocate that out. So some of those are like, there's a homeless funding, extra funding, some extra funding for EC students. We just received a funding for missing students, for cybersecurity. And so each one of those is another pot of federal dollars, but it's very specific in terms of
Does
how
Myra
it can
come
be.
out of that also?
I'm sorry?
Does Myra come out of that also?
Yes.
Yep. Yep. So it's really hard to look at one year and the next because of so many changes in terms of the funding sources.
And this is a completely different format than we've used in the past. So we're trying to get you to a format where it's really easy to kind of see what we spent our money on last year and what we spent our money on this year, with 85% of our money usually going to salaries. That's where most people feel like, we don't tell the whole story, so that's where we're moving to now, is so that you can see those type of items.
So we have only 4 people that work in the migrant program?
That are out of the
That
migrant.
are out of migrant
That are
funding.
out of the federal funding.
Right.
Out
Yeah.
of that federal
Out
funding.
of that federal funding. Again, and that's the whole thing. We're trying to maximize those ESSER dollars while we have them and provide the services that are needed. So it might not show in that pot of money, because in all 3 ESSER pots, we have migrant, we have nurses, we have all those other people there. Capital outlay it looks really, really different. And this is our new approach to kind of helping you help everybody understand where our dollars are going to. I think it's just like the gymnasium or the building at East Columbus. We have determined to come up with project numbers so that we know where our dollars are going, what projects are assigned. So you will see each project listed on here, where I told you earlier that we had appropriated fund balance of $2,095,000. That is on our expected project list for this year. Doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be there at 2 million, but for Timmy and all of us working together in that 5-year plan and how we got where we are now with our schools being in the condition that they are, we now have a plan. We
Right.
kind of move stuff up and down based on the need, so that you guys can then see what those projects are for this year. And of course, at the very bottom and in the middle, you'll have like the general expenses. You'll see like the security camera and door hardware, fire and safety equipment, that's for like district-wide, technology. Any questions related to the capital outlay?
What was that fuel tank removal or repair at Amedelco?
There's a fuel tank that was leaking, and so we were going to remove it, but I think they ended up just repairing it.
I think so. And over the years, we've slowly had to, we're not replacing, digging up old fuel tanks. And I think that was the case there. But there's, we almost have them all up now. If we took them all up at one time, it would have been a tremendous expense.
Right.
But we've got a few each year.
Okay.
And next month, I'll be bringing the local and the special revenue to you. And then that'll complete our budgets for this year.
And hopefully, now that this year we actually have a state budget for this next year, we will bring you all the budgets
At one time.
at one time, at the beginning of in July. July to, I guess, yeah, we should be able to this year in July. Normally, I mean, it's only taken so long because of the state budget being so delayed.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the state budget approved, so since I've been on the board.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I would, Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend that the board approve the child nutrition federal and capital outlay budgets for the 2021-2022 school year.
You've heard the recommendation from the superintendent that the board approve the child nutrition federal and capital outlay budgets for this school year. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion by Dr. Strickland, second by Mr. Edwards. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so our next item is to go into closed session.
I need a motion for closed session.
I move the Columbus County Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of discussing information that is privileged, confidential, and not public record under General Statute 143, 318, 11A1.
Got a
Thank you,
motion?
Mr. Bill.
Got a motion by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Long. All in favor of said motion, let it be known by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Don't go anywhere, Mr. Bill.